Fills it with something or someone. No closer could I be to God, or why he would do what he's done. Well, it's in a circle. Targets no say or strayana kelea la kela cleo clea. Well, it's in a circle. Targets no snai is cleo clue analine is ali dubi. Well, it's in a circle. Targets no naria. Traiana, treala, la kela cleo clea, puela sorana circa, octagus nos naia, is cleo clue aneline, is ali dui. Hi Morrison, thank you so much for the first. I hope you're having a good one. I don't know if anybody else is here yet, so we'll see. I'm getting everything booted up, so please be patient with me for just a moment. Are they saying dick? I've never known. I'm playing Stardew in the background. Valid. Man, y'all are fucking it up. I'm trying to get everything booted up and y'all are in chat losing your minds. God, even Travis Scott is playing Elden Ring, getting ready for the DLC. That is so funny. My Uber driver just shared with me his belief that trends in human society are determined by the government waterboarding aliens until they pick a thing that's going to be popular, and that's why everybody suddenly had an air fryer all at the same time. Oh, I love that. Wait, tell who to give you a burger? Travis Scott or this Uber driver? I've got so many questions. Jesus Christ. Not graphic anal sex hentai appearing on my dashboard. I'm terrified. Oh, Travis Scott. Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll let Travis Scott know for sure. Dig, dig, dig. Dig, dig, dig. I kind of want a burger now. Okay, let's get burgers. I don't care. I don't have a preference. I'm waiting for the ad to play. Sorry, I'm also like losing my marbles, so. You can do Whataburger, that's fine. Every rock star. I don't know. You pick. Surprise me. I don't have a preference. I'm waiting for the ad to be done. I miss the rage. 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 I just feel like I'm kind of losing my mind. Why is Bunny eating my shirt? She might be hungry. She last ate about almost 3 hours ago, so she might be hungry. But also, I'm losing my mind, so please forgive me if stream today is all over the place. I genuinely feel like I'm going crazy, so. Also, thank you for letting me take yesterday off. I was in so much pain, I could not manage. But I'm making it work today, so. I just am. I don't know, I just feel like I am all over the place today, so. I'm just fighting for my life. Anyways, let me fucking get Hades booted up, because that's the last thing I have to do. If you wave it to me. I've only played for 12 hours. I would have thought for sure I had played for longer. I wanted love, 'cause I swear I wanted love, 'cause I'm where I want love. I miss the rage. I miss the rage. I don't know. I think I'm just unwell. If you want me to be completely honest. And I think being unwell is making me, kind of lose my mind, is all. Alright, let's see. Can I upgrade? Upgrade. Nope, I need more silver. We're gonna do a run for more silver. I made it to Kronos though, so I'm pretty proud of myself. Ooh.
Knowledge, patience.
Starting off with the Daedalus Hammer. I'll do this just for the Fated List, not because I'm like actually what I want. It's not really the one I wanted, but I'm doing it for the Fated List, so. I would like to complete the Fated List, so. I'm probably gonna need more magic. Oh wait, fuck the silver! Oh. Did you take your thingies? What the hell are you talking about, sir? My meds? Oh yeah, I did. I also have to go pick up more. I've got more in the in the office, in the CVS pharmacy. But they're expensive, so I just haven't wanted to think about it. Taking damage unnecessarily for the fun of being unique. Yeah, they've been texting me about it for like a week now, and I've been ignoring all of their text messages. They've been like, come get your shit, and for a week I've been like, please don't talk to me. So, you know.
You made it all the way down to the morning fields before. A horrid place, or so I hear.
I hope so
Covered
too.
in dry brush far as the eye can see. Well, next time you're there, you burn your way.
I will burn my way on through. Oh. Alright, I guess I'll take less health for more magic restore. Oh, and we're just gonna go straight into a boss. That's fine.
You and me.
Anyways.
Got you.
I must admit, anyway, your commitment to this task of yours is
Da da da
greater
da
than I
da da.
My offspring can be easily discouraged.
Da 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 da.
Brothers.
Da 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 da.
Electric.
I need ore. My good bitch is about to be mad at me.
I know you don't know what to say, my friend, but I want you to know.
Okay. Freeze.
Good find.
I'm not fucking with you right now. I'm already low on health. I don't really have much funds either, but whatever.
Weave on. Good evening, boatman.
You don't have anything I can buy.
You were able to reach the house of
That's
Hades
fine.
before me, my lord. Doubtless why that final stretch was clear. You must know.
Well, you know, at least he's polite to us about the situation. Alright, let's see. Alright, bet. We'll be taking that.
Lend me your light.
We shall see to it that the rightful queen and king of the underworld retake
Let's see.
their throne. Her father I knew only from Nyx's account.
Valid.
Though I would see your mother when she visited Olympus.
Aw.
You have her regal bearing, little star.
It's very nice.
Behold my light. Night bloom.
Alright.
Something nearby.
We shine.
There's no point in anything that's time related, because once you make it to Kronos, it doesn't matter anyways. So he disables all time related boons, so nothing works for him. Unfortunately.
Sure.
Alright, what do we need? What do we need? I'll take more of that, I think. Alright, let's see. I do just be out here taking unnecessary amounts of damage from time to time. Just because it's a little funny.
Something of value there.
Yes, I see it, my love. Thank you.
In we go. I
need another boon. So, here's hoping there is one. Health. I'll take the boon, though.
If only you could see my fields in the morning sun.
Do. Let's see. In we get.
Zorafet.
Yes.
A chill swept through the air as you approach. Unseasonably cold. Or perhaps it is as Demeter desires.
Are we in the summer right now?
Hates you, does she not?
She does. She knew me for her granddaughter at once. Have you had opportunity to speak with her about me and all that's transpired?
No.
No. I've been a bit preoccupied. At least here, Demeter shall be able to cool her wrath against me for keeping you a secret for so...
Alright.
Cross blades! That I felt.
Did you?
Into the fray, sisters. An attendant.
Yes, my dear. It is indeed.
Well done.
Nope. Fuck.
Apologies, sisters.
Oh, I can't use my... I have to be out of sheep form, I guess.
Let's see you evade this.
Oh, damn.
Not finished.
Hup, hup, hup. I use both my death defies, but it's fine. I'm being impatient, is what's happening.
Satisfactory.
I'm not attempting to make it super far in.
You passed this test again.
I'm mostly just trying to see how many of my
Pass the test.
little boons I can get for the scroll. I know I can get them back, but I need to go into Chronos with 2, and so the goal is to not waste as many.
Greetings, little one.
I
thought that I might find you here, my girl. Such
whatever.
I learned plenty, and I'm eager to learn more.
past the point of reason and so very self-assured.
All right.
See you soon.
Yeah, see, I
That's out of
knew.
my price range.
I'm broke. Unfortunately, I'm broke. All right, let's see. Take money where we can get it, though.
You test my patience.
I'm mostly just trying to get the stuff for the scroll, so I'm not really super worried about it.
Thus you have risen.
Thus I have.
Selene.
We'll take the extra
Here we
health.
go.
Oh, hi, Ducky. Thank you for all the stuff. I'm hydrating with Big Red, so I don't really think that's, like, good for me, per se, but it is what it is.
What the?
Ugh. I am stretching and doing all the things, though. Oh, my lord. Nice. Always need that. And we'll take that. Thank you, Chiron. And then either way, I gotta deal with the fucking boss, so whatever.
This isn't your domain.
Damn.
No.
Perish. And these fucking things are the worst. Hi, Blackbean, how are you?
Out with you, serpent.
Oh my goodness. Also, what do you mean respectfully?
They'll burn.
What happened? Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna die. It's fine though.
Nemesis.
Hey Nem,
May I help you?
you here to rob me?
These wretches were nothing. Back when we used to spar. Almost never got.
What choice did I have?
Alright, let's see.
One clean hit from.
You're tougher, yeah. Though by how much? How about I hit you right now, and if you can take.
Free hit. I don't know, Nem.
Not tonight.
Coward. See you soon.
Whatever, man. I'm just like, why are we suddenly calling me Milady? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, I'm taking too much damage. Am I? Damn. That crab got the hell out of me. Am I, lady? I know you've been doing that for years, but every time I'm just like, do I fit?
Oh,
Technically speaking, I guess, technically
you
speaking.
might like it down in Oceanus better than I do right now.
It's the usual unbearable pain of existence. Oh, that's so fucking relatable, actually.
Yeah, he's a bit of a stiff, but I guess he's not so bad. I think maybe I met him before.
Oh, I doubt it. You'd remember having met someone like that.
Yeah, maybe I was one of his first jobs. Just an innocent.
Okay, Dora.
Look,
Fate
girl.
protect you.
Why is your sister
You know,
here?
some of these fated prophecies are rather substantial. I shudder to think what might be on a list of major
How am I
prophecies.
doing? I'm holding it
I
together.
trust this doesn't make you feel as though your service hasn't been of value, because certainly it has. However,
The grand scheme of things, as an all-existence, the
yes,
Thank you for the
fates
pets.
preside over the smallest minutia and the greatest of
Minutia.
atoms.
I always forget that's
So
how
don't
that
take
word
the
is
idea of
spelled.
Minor prophecies the wrong way. A small ripple can become a great wave.
Now you sound like Poseidon.
Hi Nick, it's going alright. Hades 2 is good. We just did our first run. It wasn't really a real run though. It was kind of just, I was trying to get back into it, so we didn't make it super far, but...
Why are you really here, Eris? Tell me Kronos didn't put you up to this.
Thank you for the
That
pets.
you don't want me to succeed.
Babe, I'm almost hurt. You don't get me at all, do you? Just because I'm not rooting for you doesn't mean I'm rooting for the other guy.
Then who exactly are you rooting for, pray tell?
I'll let you puzzle that one out.
I'm just trying to be respectful because I like you. Oh, I appreciate it.
Shadows.
I just don't really feel like the
Iris has
respectful kind of
returned to
person.
us, I trust you've seen. It was my dearest hope that leaving all her rubbish here would soon enough inspire her to pick it up, but alas, you stay away from her.
I thought perhaps you'd finally relieved her of her entry privileges. I won't let Eric.
How she'd chortle could she see now the frustration on your face. I know.
Not them talking about Eris as if she's not like right there. That's really funny to me, actually. Ooh, I'm gonna save for the moon dust, I think.
A moment.
As I don't really feel like a ma'am either, honestly.
The pressure to always prevail through what, in retrospect, were many terrible.
You said you always believed there was a solution.
Good. But it occurred to me there's something else. It was love that drove me on. The Great War that earned me my place in Elysium. I wanted desperately not to go. To stay with my wife and then newborn son.
Damn.
You were left with no choice but to fight.
Sound familiar, does it?
You're ready.
Don't bring back the car wash thing. To this day, I don't understand it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't get it.
What is my path? So that's it. The fates.
I will always take a change of fate. That doesn't sound like a bad plan. Ooh. Set forth each night with money. Don't mind if I do. Fuck! I just need one more. Oh my god.
So ancient.
Always she returns.
All right.
Gives way to
Hence I go. Headmistress, guide me. I call upon the moon and draw you down.
All right, let's see. Let's see.
All your life in misty Erebus, the world.
Hex water. We'll take the. We'll take moon water. Yeah. Oh god, not me accidentally already taking damage. I wasn't paying attention. I'm so out of it today. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm not the most entertaining of streamers today. I'm just ridiculously out of it. I don't know why I'm so out of it today, but I just really am. I'm just like... I just haven't really been all in anything lately, and I don't know why. Welcome back, Morrison. How is Stardew going? I don't know why. I've been struggling to be all in for things lately. I've just been very tired, I think.
The mighty moonstone axe.
I'll take. Had to move kitties downstairs to our friend's room.
I'll slay you all.
Understandable. I know a thing or two about having to move cats around the house. You don't have to be entertaining if you're as cool. I mean, being entertaining is kind of my whole job as a VTuber. So as much as I appreciate it, I do kind of have to be at least a little entertaining.
Olympus.
You're shining like the moon herself, my niece. Selene's aid, is it? Here I thought all she did was drive her pretty steeds over my ocean waves. She's dipping into other hobbies then.
should be useful.
Ignited Ica. Cats very much can move themselves. However, our cats can't be around my dog, so...
Used to be gold in the underworld, right in its veins. But Kronos turned it into little coins.
Lord Charon's going to take care of it soon enough. I give him...
Think I can do the same if you want to make a deal. Don't worry, any gold I get from you, Charon gets from me.
Yeah, I'll accept it.
I'll take it.
Deal's a deal.
Deal's a deal, thanks.
Enough.
A root stalker.
Oh god. Excuse me, ma'am. Alright, there we go. I'm glad you guys find me entertaining, even if it is just me just playing silently sometimes.
Good source of flame. Most gods and mortals only care for shiny baubles and the like.
Flame of the hearth.
Alright. I got 2 of those left. I'm not gonna waste them here. Not that I need to. The fuck are you doing here? Oh, good lord. There you are.
Ash for my arcana.
And there's stuff I can hammer. There we go. You're one of the coolest people I know. I have to ask, how many people do you know? I don't know, I think I've just been a little overwhelmed. I'm doing my best to work through it though. Oh, out of 7 people? That's like 1 day out of the week.
One remains.
There we go. Let's see.
A moment of reprieve.
Selene got a hold of you already, Em. Like the vantage point the Eye of Night has got. Always looking out for you and all of us. Her steeds are pretty quick as well.
There they are.
Needed that.
Moon water refilled.
That cat must have moved on.
Looks like it.
Another evening where you're forced to do the bidding of the gods. It's not a partnership you've got with them, you know.
I always take these because I never know when I'm gonna need them.
Keep on spinning.
Oh yeah, cats love being somewhere they're not supposed to be. If it's somewhere they're not supposed to be, that's where they want to be.
Olympus calls.
The world's been through worse times than this, cousin. So I'm told, at least. I've not seen anything this bad.
So bright.
Let's take this. We don't have any money, so. Up our base attack. And then head in, I suppose.
Keep her waiting.
I don't feel very swag. I'm gonna be real honest with y'all. I have felt very low and not great lately.
Each card reveals to me a different strength. If I...
To focus by its nature is to choose.
Alright.
Now the crossed flames.
Prophecy foretold. Alright.
Return to fight, sisters.
I don't know. I have not been feeling very great about myself and my abilities as of late. Oh, it took my first little bit of damage there. Oh, it's okay. It just kind of is what it is sometimes. Sometimes that's just what life is. You just don't feel super great about yourself. I think that just comes with being human. You know? I don't really think there's anything you can do about it. It just comes with being human sometimes. Where you just don't feel all that great about your abilities and... Alright. Now. There we go.
Well fought.
Exactly.
The need to keep each other here.
If you never feel shitty about yourself, you never grow as a person, which is super true. And I will say, I do take medication to help me not feel so shitty all the time. However, lately it does not really seem to be working. So I am going through it from time to time.
Ah, so Poseidon gave you his blessing, has he?
Coward.
But try not to, like, feel worried about that. Like, it's fine. It is what it is. I'm just working on it, you know? I would also rather be a cat. Truly. The cats, especially the cats in my household, seem to have it very good. So... Trust me, if being a cat were an option for me, a humanoid being, I would take that option 10 out of 10.
Water spout activated.
Every time. It is what it is. I appreciate you wanting to help, but I promise, it's not anything crazy. Yeah, I think a psych visit probably will be for the best. However, I'm not really in a place where I can get a psych visit right now. I have insurance, but my daughter does not, and I get all my psych medications and therapy through her insurance that she used to have. Which puts me in this really unfortunate place where I have... Also, I get a lot of my psych medications from my main doctor, who does not take my current insurance. So it's just kind of a shitty on top of shitty situation, unfortunately, right now. But we're working on it. It is unfortunate that my my mental health has not been great. But it will pass. And I just have to keep reminding myself that it will pass.
A lotus flower.
There we go. This isn't the worst this could go. But no, everything will pass. Just gotta give it time. As much as I hate it. These feelings, these things will pass and I will be better. I think I just have a lot going on. I think I just have like a lot of like unnecessary stress that needs to get itself figured out. You know, I call it unnecessary stress. I think it's just the stress of life. I am a full-time mom and full-time content creator. And so sometimes I think it's just very easy to find yourself overwhelmed with all of the things you feel like you have to keep up with all the time as both a mom and a content creator. So it is what it is, but it will clear itself up. And hey, if all goes well, my meds will just magically start working again and we won't have to worry about it. I just unfortunately have some pretty bad PTSD from when my daughter was born. And it's been pulling its head up out of nowhere lately.
You won't be putting Kronos back into the...
They'll drown.
Ooh. Thank you for the sub, Black Bean. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes. We've got some pretty nice new ones, I think. I say pretty nice new ones. I think for you, you've already seen them all. But they're relatively new still, so I'm gonna call them new. I hope it helps. I appreciate it. I promise I don't say these things with the hopes of like trying to make money off of it or anything. I hope y'all know that. Sometimes you just go through it, you know?
It's Charon.
I just want y'all to know that when I talk about like my health and things like that, it's not because like I'm trying to like make y'all feel bad for me or like guilty for me or anything like that. Like I've been going through it a bit lately. And I'm just slowly working on trying to figure out what makes me happy, what I want from my life, what I want from streaming. I feel like I've locked myself into roguelikes lately, which I don't mind. I love roguelikes, but like I don't only want to be known as the roguelike streamer. if that makes sense. Ugh. I need to be careful. Okay. Yeah. It's just talking about life is really all it is. I'm glad y'all see it. For you. Oh fuck. Hate using my Death-Defieds here, but usually I need them here, so. All right. Shit. I'm like desperately trying not to use them, and then I used them anyways. Oh, got it. Oh, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, no, I just, I guess I kind of wanted this to be a medical update stream anyways, because I ended up taking yesterday off, which, I was supposed to stream yesterday. I had a collab planned for yesterday that I canceled, and I just... I was supposed to stream yesterday, but I just was physically not feeling well, and I think it's just a byproduct of my mental not being great lately.
Worth it.
Damn. And so, I don't know, I just... Bye, Black Bean, thanks for coming.
It's drier here, at least.
But I was just... I kind of meant to do a health update stream anyways. But I kind of feel a little embarrassed about, like, where I've been and, like, what's been going on with me. I know I shouldn't feel that way, but I do. It's just hard to admit that, like, you're not doing well, I think. And I am unfortunately just in a place where I am just not doing as well as I feel like I should be. I've got a lot going for me right now. I've got amazing viewers, amazing chatters. I'm working on a 2.0. Things are going well. Things are going smoothly. Have I told you how much I love your voice? You probably have, but I appreciate hearing it. Thank you. But I don't know, it's just I'm in a weird place where, like, by all accounts I should be doing well. Like, I've got an amazing chat who is understanding and cares about me and cares about each other, which is what I've always wanted as a VTuber. Like, that has been my dream as a VTuber, is to have a chat that cares about each other just as much as they care about me. And, you know... Good night, Black Bean. Oh, these fucking things. And I don't know, like, I've got my 2.0 and it's like my dream coming true, and streams haven't been bad, you know, like, as far as I'm aware, I don't keep a view count on because it stresses me out, but as far as I'm aware, like, viewership has been very stable. You know, viewership has been stable, you know, chat's been kind, I've been completing games left and right. You know, my daughter's doing way better than they thought she would. Hell, she's alive. That wasn't even something that they thought would happen when she was born. They didn't even think she'd survive, and hell, she's alive. So, like, I just, like, I feel bad not feeling good. Because right now, arguably, my life is going really well. I'm just struggling. Like I was saying earlier, and I've talked about this before, but I was diagnosed with PTSD after my daughter was born. And, I was getting therapy for it, and I was coping really well, and I was doing really good. And then, recently, for whatever reason, it has reared its big nasty head again, and has just been the absolute worst. Like, it has just been taking me out. I don't sleep very much anymore. Like, I'm running on, like, anywhere from 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day. Just for context. How much damage can I take from this? Because the answer is more than I should be taking. Shit. Oh well. But I don't know. Like, I've been coping all right, but recently it's just been hitting harder than usual. I've only been getting about 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night.
Well, that was a decidedly unhappy
Plus a
choice,
maybe
wasn't it?
45-minute nap with my daughter when she goes down for a nap a day.
It's just
good.
And I don't know. I just I kind of feel like I've hit a slump where my mental health is bad and my physical health is bad because I don't get enough sleep, but like I can't get enough sleep because of my mental health. And so it kind of just feels like it's never ending.
Come, spirits of the dead. I have a task for you.
You've done it.
I've also been having weird like pains where my C-section is. And it's felt like it's been ripping itself back open for over a week now, and I don't know why. Which is weird because it's been over a year ago.
The right to bear such weapons.
The various aspects
And it's
I've
just
some of the bearers I know well. Medea,
I don't know, it's just been rough lately, and I don't really know why. Or what started it.
It seems I'm in good company.
I don't really know why it's been this way. I don't know what started it. Okay, I got 2 more on that. Damn. Bunny is 14 months. Almost 15 months. Actually, what's today's date? He turned 15 months yesterday.
Moonlight, guide us.
Death to Kronos. Can't believe you got to Kronos before me.
Is that supposed to be some sort of compliment?
No.
Yeah, that's very much what it is. You need one to stop the other, but they're both constant and, you know, never stopping.
Tartarus is not too far behind.
A bit of a walk, fraught with soul-devouring demons.
We mortals just love the fields, goddess.
That has been my experience.
I don't have any seeds. Okay. Yeah, no, she just turned 15 months. And she's doing amazing.
Moonlight guides you.
She's running, pretty much. She's walking almost perfectly.
What say the ashes? The boatman.
Nerve damage or nerve entrapment? Possibly. I've considered it. It's not been fun. To say the least.
Requisition authorized.
To say the least, it has definitely not been fun. What is this? To navigate...
Not quite.
Yeah, nerve pain is definitely not fun.
For the realm,
Oops, I didn't mean to click one.
the pitch black stone transported me.
Alright, well, we're doing this. Okay. This is definitely a loadout. I did not mean to click this. I didn't even read what it was.
Stats are up.
Alright.
I know what you did exactly, niece, but you have summoned me, and I am here in spirit.
Okay, let's see. No brain, only click. Yeah, it really feels like that's just what I did. All right.
Olympus, I accept this message. A sudden surge.
We'll take that. Sorry, I know I was like mid-conversation, but like sometimes this game takes all of your focus. Whether you wanted to or not. Oh, Jesus. Kill this. There we go. But it does hurt, pretty much like it did back when she was first born. Which is,
Couldn't hurt.
definitely something.
A brief respite awaits.
Always a treat.
It kind of feels like my old stitches that used to be there and have not been there for many a year are not only back, but ripping. So I don't really know what's causing it, but I have not been able to really do anything about it. But that has also not really helped. It keeps me up at night. Yeah, it hurts when I stretch. Pretty much. When I laugh, when I cough, and when I stretch is when it hurts the worst. Yeah.
The keenest blades of all.
Sorry. Sometimes I get real locked in. Die.
They got through.
Not to deny Chrono, or not to deny Chaos on his own stage. There we go. There we go. Alright, come here, you. Hi, third word! But yeah, no, it hurts primarily, when I stretch, cough and sneeze. And laugh.
Lord Charon?
Laughing is pretty painful as well. Oh, thank you for feeding Grim. I was just giving a little bit of a health update.
See here, I'd no intention to offend last time.
And trying to explain why streams might be a little low energy lately. I'm doing my best to take care of myself, I promise. I'm going through it right now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love you coming in with food and being like, this is a bad time. There have definitely been better times. Thank you, Gore. I definitely need to do some more scar treatment. I had some. I need to buy more. But compression rare would probably be good for me too.
Stardust.
All right, he's gonna kill me now. There we go.
Return to Shadow now.
I don't know. I've been going through it a bit lately, and I'm just doing my best, you know?
Chaos got their way.
Like, I'm gonna be really honest with y'all right now. I'm having a good time playing Hades. However, I kind of just want to play Stardew Valley.
Ugh, no way, that is twisted. Your sisters are sick.
Well, they have many mortal lives to untangle, so to speak.
Oh, totally. I would completely do the same if I were them. I wonder what they did to me.
I fear I'm not at liberty to do such things.
You've such disdain for what we're trying to achieve. You act as though...
Don't I want to see my mother again, or brother number I have no idea?
Damn.
No, they were even more stuck up than you. No offense.
How can you say such things about your relatives?
Nyx always wanted things her way. Why should she, or
Thank you for the
anybody
pet
have
score.
that kind of power over me?
Also, Gore just brought me
Because she made
food,
me?
so...
She didn't ask my permission, and I don't need hers.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Gore also...
Witch of the Crossroads. It gladdens me to see
Hi.
you, Hecate. I have observed the stalemate upon Olympus holds, although the Titan Kronos musters forces in Ephyra still.
Yes,
see.
Selene do. Blasted Ephyra is the closest exit out of here. Do you...
The Titan's forces are somewhat in disarray. Thus, no, I do not think they...
Farewell.
Together we shine.
Damn. They should kiss. No, I agree.
Again.
Why don't I ever see you in the training grounds anymore? You...
Don't flatter yourself.
Hmm.
Saving it for Kronos. And the training grounds increasingly are custom fit for you, in case you haven't noticed.
I'm the only one who uses it.
Need my space.
Odysseus on...
Alright, let's see.
Pleasant dreams.
What else do I need? Aspect of Thanatos. Very fascinating. A 10 out of 10 pending on that Yuri. Oh, you're back? You weren't here a second ago.
Paris snooping through our plans or anything?
She stays over in her little corner mostly, goddess, but I've been...
We can plan around it, you mean?
Aye.
Alright, hold on.
What if I try this?
Hey, a mandrake? I don't even know where to find that. Alright. I'm gonna play Stardew, I think. It's not that I'm not having a good time, I'm just tired. Hold on, I'm gonna boot up Stardew. I'm gonna change. Let me change the... Let me change the category. Yeah, it's just too much, I think. It's just too much. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it's just too much for me. So, let's see. Let's check my mods, make sure they're all good. They should be fine. I don't see why they wouldn't be fine, but I'll double check just in case. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good, okay. Ugh. Okay, let's change the game capture. Ellie. There we go. God, so fucking loud. Shit, so loud! Yeah, I'm doing Stardew. I don't know, I'm just feeling weird. I'm feeling weird and it's not right, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking quiet down immediately! Everything just feels strange today, and I don't really know why. What? Turn what down a smidgen? The music? There you go. Is that better? Ah, I didn't mean to fucking water that. Okay, cool. I just, I don't know. Things just have not felt right lately, and I don't really know how else to describe it besides that. If that makes any sense. I've just felt wrong. Nope, do not eat that. Yeah. I don't know, is there a fucking retrograde? What's going on? It just doesn't feel like this, like things are right, and it's like, I don't really know how to describe it. I just feel off. And I don't know, it's just affected a lot. I don't know, y'all have probably noticed that, like, I have not really been uploading VODs appropriately on YouTube. Usually I have the VOD up the day after I stream, and I just haven't in a few days. I just haven't had the energy for it. I decided this week at least I'm not making any TikToks or reels or anything like that because I just need time away from it. And it's not that I don't enjoy doing it. I love doing it. I love making reels and I love streaming and I love being a content creator, but for whatever reason, it just feels off right now. And I really don't know why. It all feels so weird. How do I make a big chest? Because Lord knows I need one. Put that in there. And I guess I'll put these in there too. Not that I really want to, but... So yeah, I don't really know what the hell's going on, but I'm doing the best that I can, and I'm still trying to stream. Even though I don't feel like I'm, like, super interesting right now. You know, like... I don't feel very interesting or entertaining right now, but I'm still doing my best to try and stream and be present and, at least attempt to be entertaining, you know? I don't know, it's like, it's hard to breathe sometimes. It just kind of feels overwhelming. The perfect Stardew song? Thank you, thank you. And it'll get better. Things always get better, you know? You genuinely have to believe every day that things are gonna get better, so... I feel bad being low energy and all of that and not being honest about where it's coming from, you know? I know it's not a fun thing to hear that the streamer that you like to watch is fucking going through it, but I feel like if I'm not honest about it, that's not really fair either. And so I just do my best. Actual deer ooze. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the dog pound. I have so many questions for you about the deer ooze specifically. So I hope you're ready to answer because what? I don't know how many earth crystals I have. Okay, why is the deer oozing? Question number 1. Question number 2, Gore just asked, is the deer ooze just poop? Ooze. I don't have a pumpkin. I'm working on it. Anybody need plums anymore? No, probably not. Bum, 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 bum. I need to work on that fish tank. Winter foraging is what I need. Okay, I am an ooze? Okay. I am a million tiny deer made out of an ooze that runs a bookstore. Alright. I dig the lore. I'm into it. I'm into it. I like it. Tell me more. If there is more to tell. I need another mayonnaise machine. The lore is under a rebrand, but it's a vibe. Okay. Then I won't ask for more. I'll be patient. I'll be patient and wait. Also, I'm putting my jacket back on. That is a good question, Gore. Are the deer a hive mind? I'm also very interested in this, actually. I know we were talking about, like, my mental health, but, like, fuck that. I want to know more about the deer, so I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I am doing completely fine. Tell me more about the deer. Also, rebrand buddies! Oh my god. Okay. I don't remember what the hell I was doing. I definitely was doing something. Fuck. Hold on, when is the festival? Give me 1 second. Okay, so we're in fall, so what are the fall festivals? Squid Fest? Huh. Oh wait, the fair is in 3 days. What do I need for that? Ah, okay. Got it. Okay, cool. Today's the 13th. Today's Abigail's birthday. Oh shit. Fuck me. Okay. Hope you're feeling well with your mental health. I totally feel it. I'm relearning a lot with late age ADHD. Oh yeah, I feel you on that. I was diagnosed with ADD in my teens. So I've been blessed enough to be able to like work on coping mechanisms for that, which has been great. However, I was recently diagnosed with PTSD, and that one is kicking my ass. I don't even know where to start with that one, unfortunately. So I totally feel you on that. But, you know, we're doing the best that we can with what we've got. Ain't it right? That's all you can do, is do the best that you can with what you got and just try and push through. And I hope you're able to do the same for your ADHD. I know how difficult that can be. Alright, give me items. Oh, I got nothing in your trashes? Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Oh my god, move! Look, Caroline! Where is she? I know she's here. Where is she? Where'd she go? Why is she at the bus stop now? What the fuck? Abigail. The fuck, Abigail? But yeah, no, it's just that and some physical pain from my old C-section, and we are just pushing through. I've also been ridiculously tired. Like, I've been struggling to keep myself awake. Tired. Gift for you. Happy birthday. I do? Okay. But, you know, we're doing the best we can. It just means I might have more low energy streams. For the foreseeable future while I work on myself and what needs to be done because we were talking about the fact that I'm doing a 2.0. I keep calling it 2.0. It really is just a whole new outfit, but because I'm doing like a whole new layout and everything too. Because I'm like getting like a whole new layout and new model and everything for it, I've been considering it a 2.0. And it just means that I've got a lot of good things going on that I don't really feel like I'm fully able to enjoy, unfortunately. Do I even have Aquamarine? Shit. I don't. I thought I did. Well, damn. Oh my god. You've already proven yourself to have great vibes and comfy feelings, and let's be real. As long as you're authentic, you'll find people that want to be around you. And that is true. It just, I don't know. It just feels weird. I'm used to being, like, super high energy, and that's kind of like what I'm known for, is being high energy and goofy and quirky. But unfortunately, I just, it's been a struggle to stay that way over these last few weeks, and I know it's just a phase, and it's just a period of my life, and it will pass, and I'll be back to what I'm used to and what makes me feel comfortable. But for right now, I am what I am, and it makes me a little nervous to talk about it, if you want me to be honest, because it feels wrong, you know? But I think that's more of something I've set upon myself than anything else. And I just have to work my way around it, you know? Because this isn't usually how I am. Usually I'm way more high energy, more goofy. But it's like, just breathing is a struggle right now. So it's just nice to know that I can come to stream and be the way I am right now, and that people won't hold it against me. And I feel like I always have to explain myself anytime I get into one of these weird little funks. And I know I don't. I know I could just have a stream where I'm low energy and nobody would even question it, but I always feel like I have to explain myself. But I'm just waiting for the day that things are good. But I'm waiting for the day where my mental health feels better than it is right now. If that makes sense. I'm just trying to work my way down this mine. I'm in control, control, control. So I don't know. I appreciate you guys for sticking around even when I'm not what you may have followed for. She'll come back, I promise. That girl will come back. Just right now, she's a little lost. She's trying to find herself again. Exactly. And that's kind of the way I see it. As long as you're still kicking, it will always get better. I actually have a tattoo that's specifically about that. I don't know if any of y'all are One Piece fans. I mean, I know Gore is. But I actually have a manga panel tattooed on my leg. Hi, Kula. From... Also, why is the fucking Stardew Valley shit so loud? Like, fucking hell. I actually have I have a tattoo of Robin from One Piece. Specifically her I want to live panel from the manga that I got after 2020, where I almost died of COVID, and it made me realize for the first time in my life that I did not want to be dead. And I remind myself, that tattoo literally just reminds me that, like, even if you don't feel that way right now, there was a point in your life where you wanted to be alive, so you need to hold on to it, you know? It's my favorite tattoo. Actually, my second favorite tattoo out of all the ones I have, because I also have one for my daughter. My first daughter, not Bunny. So... This is who I followed? Oh god, I'm so sorry. I promise, I used to be funnier. COVID did a lot for me. Besides almost trying to kill me. It gave me a, not a reason to live, but a reminder that I do want to live. It inspired me to start VTubing. It brought my romantic relationship to a much better place now than it ever has been. COVID got rid of a lot of things that I wasn't sure about for me. It released people from me. It released me from some friendships that really did hurt. It hurt a lot at the time, but looking back at it, it was something I think I needed. You know, it released me from some friendships that just weren't good for me anymore. It freed my relationship of things that weren't good for either of us. It brought us to a closer place. It brought me to VTubing, which is the only job I've ever loved in my entire life. It's brought me so much joy. In a place where I wasn't sure I would ever find that again. Because COVID was rough, man. I'm gonna talk about a little bit of this, Gore, so if you want me to shut up, tell me to shut up. Not to, like, get super personal, but Gore and I broke up during COVID. As you can see, we're fine now. But we did break up during COVID. And we both took time to be by ourselves. Get therapy individually for the things that we needed. And it was one of the most difficult things I think I've ever done in my life, considering the fact that Gore and I have been together for almost 10 years now. Gore was still is, I don't know why I said was. Gore is my best friend while also being my partner. And I have not been alone since I had been kicked out of my house when I was 17. And so to have somebody there throughout all of that. Gore was there when I got kicked out of my house. Gore was there when I was forced by family to move in with my aunt, who kind of just, while she had the best intentions, ended up kind of unintentionally using me as a second paycheck for her family. And did not take my mental health the way she needed to. She thought just getting me medicated and then not talking about it would be fine. And it led to her counting my pills when I wasn't paying attention to make sure I was taking my meds, and throwing accusations when I wasn't. It was just a really rough period of my time, and Gore was there for all of it, up until I moved in with him when I was like 19. And so we went through a lot together, at least on my end of things. So for us to break up and then get back together, almost a full year later, I didn't know whether or not we were going to get back together at the time, of course, but when we did break up, it was just wild. Yeah, that's just how he is. He's going to dance through all of it. He's going to dance. He's a very happy man. It's alright, don't worry about it. He's a very happy man. I'm talking about you, Gore. That's also that. I don't think he was paying attention. Yeah, he's also watching our daughters, though, you know. He gets a pass for that. Shit. Hold on. Thinking. Okay. I was trying to think of what to do with some of that shit. Yeah, that sounds like Gore. He keeps my mood light. He's a good man. But I don't know. I went through a lot during COVID is essentially what I'm trying to say. COVID put me in the hospital. Sicker than I've ever been. It's given me brain fog that to this day I am still struggling with fighting. But it also fixed my romantic relationships. It made me lonely, but in a way that I think I needed to be, if that makes sense. To this day, don't have that many friends. I lost all my friends during COVID. It's something I've talked about in the past. And to this day, I don't really have that many friends. When Bunny was in the NICU, it was just me, Gore, and our family, and like my two only friends that I have right now. I still can't smell everything anymore. Yeah, man, that brain fog, the sense of smell, like, ugh. There are still foods I can't eat because they taste wrong now that I have my sense of taste back. COVID is fucked, man. I need an iridium egg. We're just gonna hold on to that for a day. If you don't mind. Come on out, y'all. I'm gonna hold on to that iridium egg. Well, I had a whole friends group that I considered my family. We were friends all throughout high school. One of us were friends from middle school, and it just fell apart, man. And it broke my heart. I was in a place where I didn't have my family anymore. My family had decided to move on from me at the time. We speak again now. We speak now, but we didn't at that point in time. And I considered them my family, and so it was a very, very, very rough time in my life. But COVID brought me a lot of pain, but a lot of things that I think I ultimately needed at the end of the day. And I wouldn't be VTubing if it wasn't for it. So I honestly can't complain. I can't complain. Okay, I'm giving Marnie this, right? Okay. Hit you with the pump tactics. Okay. Marnie should be in her shop, I think. I could just check the map. Yeah, sure is. Oh, the bookkeeper's here too. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. And so I'm just all of this to wrap around to say, y'all don't need to worry about me. No matter how bad my mental health gets, I'm not going anywhere. I've got a baby that needs me, a husband that needs me, chat that would appreciate if I stuck around. And I'm gonna get through it. I'm just in a really weird in-between stage where I don't know what the right thing is for me to do to get through it. And so I'm just trying to figure that out. And that just means that while I try and figure that out, streams might be a little weird. Streams might be a little slower. I mean, streams will still be like as frequent as they always are. But they will probably be a little more laid back, a little more relaxed. Not as loud, maybe not as funny, I'm sorry. It's hard to be ha-has sometimes. But I want you to know it's still me. I'm still here, I'm alright, I'm just figuring it out, you know? I like I say chill streams, and it's, have you ever been punched in your motherfucking face? Sorry, it's just really funny to me. So fucking dramatic. Don't talk to me, I'm up in this bitch. I'm not a doppelganger, but I wish I was, because it would make streaming on days where you just don't feel up to it so much better. So much easier. All in her boobies, huh? Coochie, huh? Chat, are we moving coochie to coochie? Oh shit, not me getting, Oh, sorry the Stardew Valley is so quiet. I just prefer my music. Kobe took my fiance, but introduced me to Mistia, who led to really wonderful people and sorry about the perverts. Also, Kula! Thank you for the things you bought. I meant to tell you that yesterday, but then I ended up not streaming yesterday. So, thank you for all the things you bought me. I really do appreciate it. I wasn't expecting it, and I don't say that in like a I wasn't expecting it. Like I genuinely was not expecting it. But I do really appreciate it. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I'm very sorry to hear about your fiance as well. I don't know if you mean that in like she died, or if you mean that in like y'all broke up, but either way. Oh, stretching. Ducky chose the outfit. Oh, of course she did. Do I have to shave for that? I will. I'm just a mom, man. Happy Mother's Day. Aw, thanks. I appreciate it. I'll be streaming tomorrow, by the way. I'll be doing a Mother's Day stream tomorrow. I know. It's Mother's Day, you shouldn't be streaming. Gore works, so we're not doing anything. We're gonna do our Mother's Day on his day off, so... Which is fine. I do not have a problem with that. Do not assume that I do. We talked about it already. S Ducky. Yeah, Dux, are you still here? She was here a little bit ago, but she's probably not anymore. She went to the grocery store today and that was rough, so... Doing holidays on different days is the real adult experience. Yeah. Well, Gore works tomorrow until the afternoon. So we could do dinner, but I'm just like, it's Mother's Day. It's gonna be so busy trying to do dinner on Mother's Day. You know? And I was like, I don't like people that much to want to do Mother's Day on Mother's Day. Wow, I actually got the perfect amount. Crazy! I didn't even know I could do that. And I don't know. I don't see the appeal in waiting an hour and a half, 2 hours to eat at a restaurant when I can go to that same restaurant on a day that's not Mother's Day and eat there so much sooner. Maybe that's just me, but I'm working 8 to 12 hours or more on Mother's Day because we're doing circuit breaker maintenance on shutdown day where the power's gonna be shut off. Oof! I am so sorry. But Gore's taking me to my favorite place on Earth for Mother's Day, so I am okay with it. He said, how about on my day off, we'll take Bunny and we'll go to your favorite place on Earth for Mother's Day, since she's never been before, and I was like, absolutely. So, I'm very happy. Yeah, don't do holidays on the holiday. Don't be a sheep, you're better than that. Spit in my face, my love, but don't... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Bring that back. I remember working in the ER on Mother's Day. What the fuck was going on in the ER on Mother's Day? I'm gonna put the bees outside of, My mom's in the hospital right now, so we'll get to do it in a few weeks and not have to worry about busy shit. That's fair. Also, I hope your mom's doing okay. I'm sorry. Mothers getting injured on Mother's Day? Damn. They're twerking too hard. They're partying too hard on Mother's Day. Fit in my face, my love, you don't trade me. Fit in my face, my love, I go crazy. Alright, let's see. A lot of knees, elbows, and foreign objects. Oof! Moms are wildin'! Those moms are having the time of their life, and honestly, get it, girls. Okay, hold on real quick. I gotta pull up my walkthrough. Next birthdays is Sandy's. Oh, I'm not gonna make it there in time. Marnie's is the 18th. Alright. And you never come. BRB. Alright, see you in a little bit. I mean, I'd be wildin' too, but like... See, I saw... I'm gonna go smoke on the roof. Relatable. I saw that you bought me that stuff, Kula, before you go. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, I haven't had laundry in a while. I haven't, like, worn laundry in a minute. And then I thought about it, and I was like... It's because I'm a mom. I don't shave anymore. I was like, damn, I forgot. I'm a little out of practice in my old sex work ways. So I'm gonna have to get back into it. I've got a tummy shelf now. I've got hella stretch marks. I look different. I got a C-section scar. But hey, if y'all are fine with that, whatevs. Do 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 do. Remember to do those cardio work. What does that mean? Why do you have my husband doing cardio? What's the point? You know, I did not check whether or not today is going to be a good luck day. You know, it might not be a good luck day in the books, but I'm choosing to make it a good luck day. Good luck days are just what you make of them. It's Mother's Day. Min must also prepare. We have an infant. Prepare for what? We have an infant that sleeps in our bed. What is there to prepare for, sir? The answer is nothing. I need to work my way down. But if anybody else wants to buy me anything for Mother's Day, I will say, anything that is on my throne that is clothes related, if you buy it for me, I will wear it and post photos of it. And that goes for just anything from casual outfits to like lingerie, because I've got a bit of both on there actually. So I did want to make that clear, that if you buy me anything off my wish list, you will receive a photo of it, no matter what it is. If it's a plushie, if it's a game, I'll play it on stream. If it's a plushie, I'll post a photo of it on Twitter. If you buy stuff for Bunny, I'll post photos of her playing with them. Not from the front, of course, but I don't post photos of my child from the front just because she's starting to look like a little human now and not just like a little baby anymore. All babies are kind of like, they all kind of like blend together, but she like looks like a person now, so I don't post photos of her anymore because of that. However, if you buy her things, I will show you guys what it looks like after she's done fucking destroying them. Okay, Skull Cavern key, hell yeah. That's what I wanted. Kula wants you to do cardio so that you can fuck me on Mother's Day. Yeah, he's got till tomorrow. Do. It is a bit late. Also, not my chat trying to get me laid for Mother's Day. Fucking goobs. Alright, let's see. Then we'll go ahead and we'll put the slime away. We'll stack that in there too. And I've got something for Elliot. But yeah, no, it is a tad bit late to be telling Gore to start doing cardio. I hate to be the one to break it to you. Oh. I always forget the Junimos like raisins. The more you know. I don't have any Junimo huts, so it doesn't affect me yet, but... I'll start putting it into my regimen, yeah. We go for walks every day, does that count? Does that count as cardio? I don't work out. I don't know what things are. I should work out. I do not. I really need to start working out, but to find a workout that works with my chronic illness is fucking a pain in my ass. A pain in my assholes, so I don't. Alright. Hello, everyone. Where's Salt? Is she inside? She's not. I need to donate that to the museum. I'll do that. Alright, we got a duck egg, we got a chicken egg, and another chicken egg. Thank you for the hard work, gang. Y'all are adults now. Do you have any milk yet? We are about to discover. Ooh. Goat milk indeed. Beautiful. All right. Got some good things going for us here. All right, let's see. Got jams. I'd say we're doing a pretty good job. Alright, let's see, where's everybody at? Whoa! I have not eaten the food that Gore's brought me yet. I'm sitting here low energy as hell. Gore brought me dinner while I was playing Hades, and I haven't even touched it yet. Alright. Oh, it needs to be big! Fuck. Alright. Shit. Oh yeah, Jimmel, please go eat. It's 7:30 p.m. and I haven't eaten. Yeah, it's 6:30 here and I haven't eaten yet either, so we'll eat together. How about that? Ugh, I need to get my fucking tooth pulled is what I need to do. That's probably not helping my case at all. My rotted ass tooth that's just fucking destroying itself in my face. Oh yeah, I forgot I had lobster traps here. What are they good for, even? Alright, let's go donate this egg to Gunther. Sorry, Abigail. Didn't see you there. Where are you off to? Sorry I walk faster than you, bud. There's an egg. Hmm. Okay, what fish do we need? River, night fish, specialty fish. We still need some ocean fish. Oh, we need a lot of ocean fish. Alright, let's go fish in the ocean. Boom, boom. And we will also use my bait because I don't really need lobsters much anymore, so. My face, I attack that. We'll do 30. Oh, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, little bitch. Oh, I have a scratch on the side of my face and I don't know how. Ooh. Damn. Tilapia. Seaweed. On my face, I attacked that. Sardine. Okay, I need them. Don't need that though. Oh. Take a sippy sip. Gonna go ahead and get rid of all the trash. We don't really need it. Oop, drop that back in the ocean. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Is that the fish I needed? No, I think the fish I needed was red. Yeah. Tolerance from nonsense, get away from. I'm a little dysfunctional. Daddy. Alright. I'm gonna get my food open. Wonderful. Oh boy. We are just fishing. Sorry, I'm also eating dinner. I just need one more. This is the worst. This is the worst. I just need one more fish. Which one? Red snapper. Spawn rules, time of the day, summer, fall, winter, beach. Oh, it has to be raining? Shit. Okay. Let's see. Those are spring and summer. Has to be raining. Ah, I can at least get a tiger trout. Okay. All right. Let's see. Desert. Farm in the forest or the secret woods. Ginger Island. Alright, well. If nothing else. Maybe I can find him in here. Let's see. Not what I needed. That's not what I needed either. Oh my god. What the hell is happening? Nothing good. Hell yeah, I got one of the things I needed. And I think I do, I don't wanna find him. I already get all the trash cans? Damn. I'm a trash fiend, I can't help it. I'm like a little rat going through the trash. Alright, let's go in. Never up with your shit the way I done. Nobody is coming here to save you. I did enough. And then we also have river fish. And night fishing. Alright. What are we missing? Oop. Perfect crops. Where do I get the Nautilus shell? I grow a cabbage, I know that. And rabbit's foot I get from rabbits. Ow! Fuck! It hurts. Sorry. What good a Jose? That hurt. Her. She. Take a pic, it's me. Until she said, we can share a what's wrong with saying that? Huh? What's wrong with sharing a soda? What am I not understanding here? Take a pic, it's me. No. Fucking, Kula doesn't want cooties? Oh, that's fair. Nautilus shells are at the beach during winter? Oh, okay. Thank you, Solace. Also, hi. How are you? He's 19. Oh! Damn. Sorry, you... Sorry about the minor. Well, I mean, she's not really a minor. She's a grown-ass woman, but still. You get my point. How are you doing, Solace? Oh, God. That sneeze hurt like a bitch. Been busy lately? Relatable, but tell me all about it. I want to hear. I'm still gonna go. I was gonna look at the lights anyways. That's fair. The lights aren't showing out here where we live, so... We tried to go look at them last night, and... it didn't work. We had no luck. Unfortunately. Consideration. It varies. Tonight's supposed to be when it's strongest. Try again. You think so? I forgot I already grew sunflowers. Huh. Oh, the more you know. It's not like you killed someone. It's not like you drove to the side. I did it all for you. Yeah, I don't think it's showing over here. It's supposed to reach mid-Texas. My sister's in Houston. I'm not in Houston, babes. But I might at least go step outside and see. We drove all the way out to the country yesterday with the hopes of it showing up, and it was no luck for us, so... I hope you're able to see it, though. Oh, hi, Ringhole! Thank you for the hydrate! I'll have to drive to the moon this time. That would be pretty funny, actually. We just drive like an hour out of town this time, as if you don't have to work in the morning. Look, if Gore doesn't go to bed exactly at midnight, preferably 11, he is unable to function the next day. Did it all for you. I mean, no, you wake up early. I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. I'm just saying that that's just how our life is. That's all. Yeah, I know. I know it's too late. I know. I've been keeping Gore up at night. Not in the way y'all think. I'm just obnoxious. I like to demand attention. I should be going to bed at like 9. Jesus. The fuck? I mean, to be fair, so should our infant. I do. I don't like it when Gore goes to bed. Because then I'm stuck awake and it's fucking the pits. Infants really do sleep when they want. Weirdos. Damn, y'all are milkless. Well, look, if I'm stuck being awake because of my insomnia, you gotta be stuck with me too. You gotta make it fair. Alright, let's see. What do I need? It was Maid Day? Yeah, it was Maid Day. Not anymore. Okay, what do I need for the fair? Bring up to 9 items? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, duck egg. Got it. Duck eggs give the best. Large eggs. Okay. Aged. Okay. Cloth. Mayo. Gold mayonnaise. Not the best, but I could bring wine. I don't think the wine's done though. Cooking. Autumn's Bounty. Is that what I have? What do I have? Yeah, Autumn's Bounty. Okay. I got 2 Autumn's Bounties. I also have an espresso. I don't think... I've got a crab. Not ideal, but I've got a crab. Oh, I have sunflower. Okay, I can bring my sunflower. Good, good, good. Also bring, I've got fruit, minerals. I can bring the prismatic shard. I'm not going to, but I could. And vegetable. Grab anything that's okay. Sorry, I'm just sitting here talking to myself. Gengar and Clefairy? Why is your ex asking things of you? Sorry. I found out my ex was stalking me on Facebook the other day and I was like, So, I don't mean to sound bitter. I don't talk to anybody else? Bro. Grab a good veggie, I guess. I've got a crab, so I guess bring a crab. Bring cloth. Not happy about it, but I can. It's her or the rats in the forest? I'd take the rats in the forest personally, but okay. I mean, rats are cool. Rats are cool, I agree. I don't know. I don't know why my ex is stalking me on Facebook. I hope he's having a good time, though. Sorry, that came out petty. That came out pettier than I meant it to. Sorry. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Wait, let's replace the crab with that. Very nice. Play the slingshot game and win tokens. Oh god. I'm not good at the slingshot game. I hated this game. Yeah, I fucking hate it. My accuracy is 70%. Oh, bitch. You know I'm sexy. Don't call, just text me. Bitches so can't get on my speed. They stare cause they know I'm the... Bitches slow can't get on my feet. They stare cause they know I'm the IDGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch don't kiss and tell. But girl from APL. IRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch don't kiss and tell. It girl from ATL. Ugh. I'll fish. Ugly bitch hate me. God. Sometimes I just need hype music before I stream, I think, is just what I need. You know I'm sexy. Oh, don't call, just text me. Bitches slow can't get on my speed. They stare cause they know I'm the ITGIRL. Yep, no, I am that girl. Bitch don't kiss and tell. It girl from ATL. ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch don't kiss and tell. It girl from ATL. Cause I'm... Don't be mad at me cause I'm cunt. Don't be mad at yourself cause you done shit. Yeah, I really do gotta start getting into the vibes when I'm having rough days like today. Just getting into it, you know? I love for YouTube watchers, this is just me bopping to silence. It's very funny to me. Oh yeah, I love Spotify Premium. That's what we're listening to right now. Spotify Premium gives me the world at my fingertippies. Oh, I got so many star tokens. God, I'm so good. I can't let go. Cancel your family plan. Oh, Jesus. I should get a family plan so me and Gore can both listen to it at the same time. Because sometimes he'll go to get something in his car and he'll take the baby with him. Which is fine. But then he takes the music that I'm using while I'm working and it makes me sad. Don't touch this. Don't touch it. 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 Hey, witch. I don't want to know. Actually, I just realized. The same price as fishing, which gives you 5 times as much. I have no idea, but I also have a fishing mod that makes fishing easier, so... Bro, the hell are you smoking over here for? Don't touch this. Don't touch this. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Well, kids, don't go touching things. Thanks. Oh, me. Animals never judge people by their looks. I love you, Linus. How much is the family plan? I'm not sure. I need to go and, like, figure that out. Hey, Marnie. Don't touch it, 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 don't touch it. Oh god, I hit a journal entry. 15 bucks a month versus the what, 10 that we pay? Touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it. I also like touching things. Shit, I'm not quite where I need to be for the star drop. Ooh, a prize ticket. We'll take that. I need more. We gotta go play the fishing game again. I'll be back! Yeah, so it's a $4 difference. I gotta go play the fishing game again. Is 21 Savage? That's stupid. It's funny though. Running and running and running and running and running. Running and running and running and running and running, running and running and running and running. And nobody can do it like me. Oh, zoo pals. Yeah, it's like 6 accounts, yeah. But yeah, honestly, we need to make Bunny an account because she only likes Hosier and the Wiggles. Weirdo. Strange music taste, that one. Yeah, she loves Hosier. Will not cry if Hosier is on. Yeah, also likes Imogen Heap. That is true. Hosier, Imogen Heap, the Wiggles, Inya, Hillary Stagg, Strange Baby. You only cry when you listen to Hosier? Oh, fuck me. Oh boy. I listened to Hosier's whole album the other night, the newer one, the most recent one, because I hadn't actually listened to all of it yet. And I was awake with insomnia anyways. So I just listened to the whole thing for the first time. It was fantastic. I really want to go see him in concert. I've never seen anybody in concert ever, but I think I'd like to go see Hosier in concert. What cracked me up was when, so I call Bunny Bunny, right? That's what I call her. That's not her birth name. But apparently I had some online friends who did think it was her birth name, and when I called her by her birth name, well, on a voice chat call, they were like, wait, her name isn't, like, legally Bunny? And I was like, what? Y'all legitimately thought I put Bunny on the birth certificate? Y'all thought that was a thing I did? Took me, I was fucking aghast. I was genuinely aghast. 21 Pilots, My Chemical Romance, and Big Time Rush. I'm jealous of you for the Big Time Rush specifically. Yeah, it's a privacy thing. It's why I don't post photos of her face too. Like, if I ever post any photos of her on my VTuber social media, it's typically the back of her head, or I'll censor her face out. I've bumped into too many pedophiles in my online careers, so it's mostly to protect her. I already had people asking, like, when are you gonna post more photos of Bunny? And I was like, because you've just asked out of the blue, unprompted, never. Making me nervous. You found a star drop. Your mind is filled with thoughts of Bara Titty. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, how many tokens do I got left? Oh yeah. I already did it. Yep. Okay. That's mine. I'm very proud of it. That my security job, and it was George Strait. Fascinating. Oh hey, that's not awful. Fight, fight, fight. Oh yeah. Well, so back when I did, back when I was an OnlyFans model, back in the day, I whisper it so Twitch doesn't hear. I had men reach out to me, and ask if I had children with the intention of buying their clothes for schmexual reasons. It was the fucking worst, man. It's genuinely the fucking worst. I can't stand it. So it made me very cautious. Like Jesus said, I'm gonna dance. Yeah, I would have people reach out to me and would ask how much I would charge for them to buy essentially like preserved clothes. Like, they would ask if I had any children, and then would ask to purchase any leftover clothes that I had that my children had grown out of. And they wanted them unwashed and in vacuum sealed containers for, you can guess what. It was the worst. And I had so much joy in getting to tell these men that I unfortunately could not sell them those things because my child was dead. The response I would get every single time made my day. I love harassing gross men. Because, like, who the fuck asks that of a woman? Because at the time, my only child was dead, so I wasn't lying. What else do I need to sell? I don't think anything. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to, like, process my thoughts. Gaga. 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 Yeah, no, death penalty, absolutely. It was fucking disgusting. I was in a group of girls who were they all worked in the same avenues that I worked in. And anytime we had one run around like that, we would report them to the group, so we all knew, pedophile alert, don't work with them. But those men were bold, man. They would ask you to do the craziest shit. Bolder than they had any right to be. Truly. Because, the amount of times the one you always knew was when a man asked if you owned a dog, he was about to ask if you were willing to do anything with said dog. Like, every time. Every time, without a doubt. The only reason that man is asking. We had blacklists for guys like that. Thank God. But man. Always the strangest requests. And they go to, like, online workers for the illegal shit, because you're not gonna really, or not easily, find someone in person who will do illegal shit. I knew some girls that would do the dog stuff, though, and I was like, gross. I would report you, but I know nothing about you. Yeah, people are fucking crazy. I think I saw the worst of humanity when I was in that line of business. And it's really sad, because it was one of those things where, like, I did enjoy doing it. As strange as it may sound, I really did enjoy doing it. It helped me feel really pretty. Being able to dress up all the time, and, like, I don't know how to do makeup. So it kind of, like, gave me an excuse to, like, play pretend, you know? So I did really enjoy the job itself. It was just a fun way to kind of, like, let loose and try something new, you know? And it did make me feel very pretty. But the competitiveness between the girls and making money, like, Project Melody, the VTuber, I was camming when she debuted. For days, all I heard were other cam girls pissed as fuck about the fact that she had stolen all of our clients that day. And I didn't see it as stealing. Honestly, I was fascinated. I was already into VTubing at the time, and me and Gore had literally been talking about, like, do you think there's a way to do sex work while also, like, while using a model like VTubers do? Because we both agreed that that would be better for me, if that was something I could do. And so we had literally just been talking about that earlier, like a couple weeks before she debuted. And I was like looking into it and I was like, no, there's no way, it's too expensive. Like, it was like a whole thing. And after she debuted, I turned off my cam that day. I was like, whatever, I'm not making any money while she's out for the day. So I cleaned up shop. I was like, all right, pack it up, gang. But some of those girls took that hard. Like, they were pissed about it for quite some time. Which I understood the frustration. Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. But yeah, no, it's basically just modeling. But the fucking expectations. The fact that, like, even if you didn't see yourself in competition with some of these other girls, they saw themselves in competitions with you. And so you were like, it was like, it's hard to make friends in that industry because of that. Because, like, whereas you may not see yourself in competition with them, they most definitely probably see themselves in competition with you, especially if you're making more money than they are. Which, why we all knew how much money each other was making beyond me. Probably should have been keeping that shit to ourselves. Truthfully. But a lot of girls like to brag, especially whenever you make it up, like in OnlyFans, whenever you make it up to, like, the next percentile, like, it's something to be proud of. That shit's hard. And so sometimes, like, we'd like be excited and would be like, oh my god, look, I made it up to, like, the next stage or whatever. Whatevs. No biggie. But some of those girls were fucking mean, man. It was like high school all over again. Like, some of the pettiness was just unreal. In a way you wouldn't believe. Brian PM. And so, like, on one hand, I miss it. I miss being able to dress up and do my makeup and make myself look all cutesy and, you know, just have a good time that way. But on the other hand, whew, sometimes I do not miss it at all. I do not miss the jealousy. I do not miss feeling like I had to compare myself to 100 different women. I do not miss... I do not miss, like... I do about the same amount of grind now. Actually, I'd say I do more grind now than I did when I worked sex work, because then it was like... I worked a 9 to 5, and my 9 to 5 was advertisement, posting on every social media photos of my body, essentially, to get people to reach out to me so I could sell myself to them. Doesn't sound great whenever you word it that way, but that's just what it was. And so, like, most of my work was done in making menu pages that looked appealing to the eye and were easy to understand. And advertising myself all over Twitter and Reddit and, like, all of those other places. You know, and then, of course, responding to the DMs that I got. Which some days you wouldn't get a single DM, other days you get hundreds, and almost every single one was a dude trying to get free content. Fucking the worst. When you spend all day advertising and putting your name out there only for it to be just a guy that's like, send me something for free so I know that I like what I'm buying. And I'm like, okay, there's literally an advertisement that you found me from that shows you. I think you can determine if you like what you're buying better than I could. But some people are just a little different about that kind of stuff. Where is Elliot? Oh, he's in the library. Okay. I've got something for him, that's why I asked. And so I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I miss the dress up aspect of it, but I don't miss the competitiveness. I will say it went from making me feel good about my body because I felt pretty to making me feel awful about my body because I was in competition with much prettier girls. You'd be like, hell yeah, I'm doing good. I'm making good money. I feel pretty. I feel sexy. I feel like I'm doing great. And then you'd see an ad from a girl that's like is model status and you're like, I am the ugliest bitch with 2 legs. So, I don't know. I did it for 5 years though. And I will say, it paid my bills for a long time. I was in like the top 5% of OnlyFans girls at the time. So, you know, it's definitely been worse. Oh my goodness! Is it Chris? Chris, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. We're talking about my history as an ex-sex worker. And now long-time retired sex worker. Mostly because, oh, it is Chris. Awesome. Fantastic. Mostly because Mother's Day is tomorrow, and I am a MILF, and everybody in this chat calls me mom. And so somebody bought me some lingerie, which I, once it arrives, will most likely be wearing and posting photos of on Twitter. And I was just talking about the fact that that is not something I've done in quite some time. So it will be quite interesting to see how that feels again. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Let's see. Kind of just run around all day. I feel like this was kind of a waste of my day, but whatever. Not the worst. I will say, that is something I've always wanted to talk to Melody about. Is about, like, I know when she started all of that, I'm not sure how much she knew about the, kind of the, the, human side of sex work when she started camming. I'm not sure how much time she spent there, pre her debut. So I'm curious if she knows, like, I wouldn't, like, tell her with the intention of, like, upsetting her. But I wonder if she knows just how, like, pissed off she got some of the, human sex workers when she came out. I always wonder. I was in awe. She's amazing. I think to this day, she's extremely inspirational. So I personally have no issues with her. But I did know some people who did back in the day. Does she have a video about it? I have to check that out. I'm sure she got a bunch of hate thrown her way. So I'm sure she knows. But I was in the industry when she debuted, so I was privy. I was a part of some of those conversations. Trying to help people see that, like, maybe she's just trying something new. Maybe she's the future of us doing what we do in a way that's safer for us individually and our families, because I knew quite a few of those girls who were pregnant or had children. I was trying to reason with them, I think, a little bit, try and get them to see, like, another way of what we do. But at the time, I think a lot of people just saw her as unnecessary competition that they couldn't compete with, because how do you compete with someone that is real, but also is not real, if that makes sense. So I understood why she made them nervous, but I don't know. I ended up leaving not very long after that, so... I'm gonna be honest, a big part of why I left, and don't tell anybody I said this stays between us who are in chat right now. A big part of the reason why I left is because of Melody. And I don't say that in a she stole all of our clients, fuck her kind of way. I mean it in a she took all of our clients, but showed me that there was another way that I could make money from home as a chronically ill person that didn't require me doing things that were making me uncomfortable. Because I got to a point in my sex work where I started not being as picky about the jobs that I would take because I needed the money. And it led to me doing some things that I just wasn't happy with. I wasn't fully comfortable with. I wasn't happy with them. And I don't think that's ever healthy, is when you find yourself doing a job that is making you feel like you have to do things that you're not comfortable with just to keep a job or just to make the money that you need to survive. And unfortunately, I was in a place where that's exactly where I was. I was doing things that made me feel really uncomfortable. And just because I needed the money to survive. And, I don't think you should ever be in a place like that. And so seeing how genuinely happy she seemed, still being a sexual person, but in a much safer outlet. I don't know, it just was kind of inspiring. And I did quit VTubing. I mean, I did quit sex work to do VTubing, so... And who knows, maybe I'll go back to sex work as a VTuber. Maybe. Like I said, I really like dressing up. I really like Freya. The stuff that Freya does, I think is fantastic. She's got a perfect eye for like lighting. Her body looks so great in every outfit that she picks. She styles herself well. I think doing something like that, where you're a VTuber, but also from time to time, you post lewds. I love that for her. I don't think I ever should have gotten into full porn, if you want to be honest. I think I should have stuck with lingerie stuff, but I was really worried that I wasn't going to make enough money if I did that. So I didn't stick with it, like I probably should have. Because now, fucking God knows, my fucking puss is free... fucking free imaging if you can find it. And now, as an adult and as a mom, I'm a little bit more uncomfortable with that than I used to be. Like, at the end of the day, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it, and I've accepted that. But as a parent now, and as somebody who is starting a career that matters a lot to her, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. Surprisingly. So, instead, like, here I am, thinking of getting back into it, but just the dress-up part. Like, not the full-on porn part, if that makes any sense. Do I not have any more? Damn. More you know. Alright, well, I'll just take all of that with me then. Sorry, I'm also thinking about the game. Yeah, I joined the other side. I really did. So I don't know. Maybe, I've talked about this in the past, but maybe one day I'll get a lewd 3D model and I'll open up a Fansly where I just stream porn games, because I think those games are really fun. I think porn games are funny and interesting. Some of them actually are really fun to play. And I can't play them here. So maybe one day I'll do that, where I stream porn games on Fansly and we just have fun with that over there. And maybe I'll do lingerie stuff from time to time. But right now, I'm happy posting ass pics on Twitter from time to time and just kind of doing whatever feels fun to me in the moment. I don't feel pressured to do things that make me uncomfortable like I used to. And Melody is truly a big part of why I'm able to say that now, because that was not the case when she started. I did not want to be camming. Camming was not where I saw myself for sure, and yet there I was on a campsite, uncomfortable as hell. So, I don't know. If I ever get to meet her, I'm definitely telling her thank you for that. But I mean, like, how do you explain that to somebody? Thank you for starting sex work. It gave me the courage that I needed to leave sex work because I was no longer doing anything. I was starting to do things that I wasn't happy with because I felt like I had to make money, and you showed me that that's not true. Like, how do you word that? Who knows? There used to be an era where a lot of boys and men were fond of hellhounds as girlfriends. Absolutely true. I'm not a hellhound, but absolutely true. I do not like sharing the bed. And yet, I share the bed so much. Oh, real quick. Let's do this real quick. Oh, I didn't grab my pumpkins. Oh boy. I didn't grab my fucking pumpkins. I grabbed everything but my pumpkins. I'm a fool. I'm just slowly making my way through my burger. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's Wednesdays. Pier's not open, I think. I don't ever remember what days these guys are open and closed. Ducky does. I don't know how she remembers that. Alright. Let's see what we have here. I've got 5. Just for you. And then we're gonna come over here. I don't have that. I don't have that. Don't have that. I do not have that. However, I have fodder. Now I need apples. Shit. Ooh, I got 25,000. And bus is repaired. Fantastic. Same with Cyberpunk Dog Girlfriend. Getting into shape is ideal if you have any form of dog girlfriend. We like walkies. The hell are you saying to me? Alright, we gotta go to the Crystallarium. We gotta go drop the Crystallarium. Why are you mad about the pumpkin that your mom put out there? I didn't put that out there. Alright. I need diamonds. Make me diamond. Ooh, actually, make me prismatic shards. Oh, I can't make it make me prismatic shards. Damn. Damn. I need to see a doctor. Alright. Pine cone. God damn it. Let's see, what's on the board for the day? Maybe it's something I have in my pockets. That's me sneaking in your house with a chopper. I'm gonna put that bitch in your mouth. 30 pieces of stone. What is he like? Autumn's Bounty? Oh, I've got one of those. You like one? Cool. Have a good one. What do you like? Prismatic shard? You're not getting that from me. What do you like? Prismatic shard? Oh my god. Jesus. What the hell does she like? Oh. That's me. Why does everybody like prismatic shards? Can we have some rationale around here, please? Oh boy. Alright. Toe-sucking services. And Twitter. Do y'all offer excellent toe-sucking services? Just out of curiosity. I'm looking for somebody who offers excellent toe-sucking services, please and thanks. You wouldn't mind. Walk on by. That was a very interesting time to join. Hello, sweet honey suit. How are you? Welcome to the Dog Pounds, and I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'd rather be famous instead. Oh boy. Don't care. I paint the town red, bitch. Oh, thank you so much for the pet. I appreciate it. All dogs love pets, and I am no exception. She the devil, she the bad little bitch, she a rebel, she put the foot to the pedal, it will take a whole lot for me to settle. No, don't eat the sunflower. Oh, today's Marnie's birthday. Fuck. What is Marnie like besides diamonds? Shit. Maybe I can make her a pumpkin pie? Trust me. I want to have magical foresight so that I can say I'm gonna blow up and everybody would believe it and it would happen. You know? I just wish I could be like, I have magical foresight. I'm gonna blow up. And then I do. Can I make pumpkin pie? I do not have the recipe for pumpkin pie. Well, shit. Oh well. Let's see. Let's see. Probably make another chest. I don't think I have the big chest. No, not yet. I can make another keg. Oak resin. I've got a couple oak resins. 3. I can make 3 kegs. Let's go make some kegs. Get some of this shit out of my hands. I don't care, I paint the town red. Bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. Get to my head. I don't care, I paint the town red. Bitch, she a rebel. She put foot to the pedal. Take a whole lot for you to settle. I see. Mayonnaise machine. Any more hardwood? We actually heard the song that she samples for this on our Discover Weekly yesterday while we were driving to try and go see the eclipse. It was very fascinating. Na 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 na. I'm nothing special. You could have everyone you want. So why'd you want to be with me? Nothing special. Fun fact, we're just listening to the tragedy playlist that I have. So, fucking assume about her what you will based off this playlist. I'm gonna really just help. Don't do yourself. You're trying to remember yesterday. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time. Sorry, this song always makes me giggle because it just makes me think of like teenage boys and just the way they are. I have three teenage brothers. God. And it just makes me laugh thinking about them. I don't want to hear it. Cause everyone is trying to hurt me. Leave me alone. Me up beyond all recognition. From the frequency, I would do it again. Oh no. Alright. Alright. Put that in there. Oh! Give it back. How about that? Oh, I need one more. Lay me down, mess me up beyond all recognition. For what it's worth, I'd do it again. With no consequence, I would do it again. On. Down, down, down. Alright, I'm gonna bring Carolina Cat. Words. I don't have to shut that. Hello, everybody. Hope we're doing well. Oh, I know, Chill. You tell me about it, Chill Chuck. Alright. And we got some honey, it looks like. We have not had honey yet. That's our first little batch of honey. How nice is that? The cracks. Right. Written all over my face, written all over my... Damn, you wanted to be milked so bad. Alright. Thank you, ladies. Word. Word. Ooh, I need that. Consequence. What do you think, bro? How about that? Alright, let's see. Everything's still chugging away in there. Very nice. Alright, we need to get some more seeds. And we're gonna sell this, we're gonna sell these. And then Caroline. Hey, don't take your face off. Cool. Alright. What's up, Pam? What do I need? Hell, might as well just take more cranberries. Where's Carolyn? Hey, Carolyn! Let him seethe. Take your pumpkin. Hell yeah. Bye. You're not gonna beat me, Pierre, you sack of shit. I'm too good. Ooh. Hell yes. Animal bundle complete, baby. And a cheese press! Alright, now I just gotta do quality crops. Fucking fantastic. Take this up to the mine. Look for little wigglies. So open window. I don't know what this playlist means for tragedy, truly. But I do know I love it. That's not enough. I'm gonna need to buy more. Like magic, wands, magic, magic, oh magic, wands. Need you. Need you. 'Cause I ain't sharing. The 60-40 isn't working. I need 100 of your time. You're mine. Please don't leave me now. 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 Like magic, wands, new magic, new magic, new magic, wands. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what we can get done. You got anything else I can use for the salmon? I don't need salmon. Ooh, truffle. I don't need those. Well, thank you. I don't need the truffle, but I'm taking it because I like the truffle. Also, you can make truffle oil, so. Alright, let's go. Alright. Let's go. Grab some cactus. Grab a coconut. Grab some cactus. Coconut. And a cactus. Put the key in. And we good. I know, I need to upgrade my pickaxe. But I'm just curious how far down I can make it. Without it. Alright. My luck might not be awful today, actually, I'm just now realizing. Considering I did that and got a hole right off the bat. My luck might not be outstanding, but it might not be the worst. Let's see. I forgot I added this song to here. The more you know. Good fucking song. Can you stop squelching over there? Stop squelching, it's gross. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone. Oh god, dragons. Now I know. Now I know she'll never leave me. Even if she runs away. She was went me, on me, trust me. Let me. Resting in my lonely tower. Waiting for that open door. Frighten. Stay with me forevermore. Oh my god. She's never out of sight. How I know she'll never leave me. Even as she fades from view, she will still inspire me to be the part of everything I do. Wasting in the lonely tower, waiting for an open door. Out, waiting. There's a nights begin. Oh god. These fucking men. Be gone. You two wave your finger, you must have been out your head. You practically raised the dead. I'm collecting stones, I don't know for what. I do not appreciate that. Must have been high. You must have been high. You must have been. Ooh. Nothing about what you're talking about. Ooh, I need those. Okay. You pull it out, boy. You must have been so high. Must have been so high. Oh my god. This is not going the way I was hoping for. I guess we'll go introduce ourselves to the pretty lady. All right. I have to bring a prismatic shard here, right? I think so. About a lost book. All right. Hello, sorry I'm meeting you so late. Okay, I heard if you come here... Oh, hell yeah. I heard you can angle. I heard there's something here that you can get. I don't know how true that is. Ah, so you cannot fish that way. Ugh. I heard there's a special something you can fish up here. I don't know how true it is, though. Let's see. Fucking Joja Cola! Damn it. Ugh. There it is! Got it. And I can still make it home in time. I knew I could get it. Put this in my kitchen! Woo! Alright, time to sleep. Very nice. We did good. We got what I needed. Alright, let's see. Zam. Entered the skull challenge. Alright. Skull caverns. I don't know why I called it the skull challenge. I don't mind. I can make another one of those logs. Alright, let's see. What do I got? We got some grapes. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll take it. We take the rest. Alright. Oh! Hello. Broccoli seeds. Let's see. I see. I guess I can sell the coconut, I don't need it. Alright, let's go. We gotta go up to the mines real quick and see what we can grab. Let's see. Alright. There we go. And then we got... What things have I not donated? I mean that, obviously. I have not donated an emerald. Okay. Might as well break that open while I'm thinking about it. All right. Jesus, it's like I will say streaming does help my mental health, but at some point I'm just like, what am I doing? What's happening? Feeling myself unconceited. Ugh. Woof! What's up? How are you? But also, woof woof indeed. How many wolves can a woof woofer make before a woof woofer gets jumped on the streets? I wouldn't be able to tell you. Please don't bark, cause Millie bite back. Okay, 7? That's a good number. I do like that number. Personal experience? I'm glad to hear you're doing alright, Wolf. It makes me very happy to know that my viewers are all doing good. I'm out of water. Can you water? Okay, there we go. Define good? I mean, it's good. Sounds good to me. I don't need your money, 'cause I got enough. I don't know why I'm watering the ground that doesn't have anything on it. Maybe hopes that one day it will. Who knows? Can I put the flower in here? I just need to make another chest and stop being lazy. Why can't I put that there? Make this one pink. I'll put all my flowers in it. How about that? Oof. Strong song. Early this morning, when I knocked upon my door. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door. And I said, hello, Satan, I believe that it's time to go. Me and the devil walking side by side. Me and the devil walking side by side. And when I say you're my band, did I get satisfied? I wanna see my name. Alright. Down by Why do some of you not have milk? Where is the milk? Alright. We're doing pretty good, I think. I think we're doing pretty banger. Singing to music, having a grand old time. Everything here is still cooking away. I feel like I got another iridium. I swear I did, but I don't know where it went. That's a little frustrating. I don't know where it went. Damn. Hello, Abigail. I have a lot of scarecrows on my farm, Abigail. Thank you for asking. Wait, why are you asking? Are you concerned about it? Very nice. Ooh. I feel how I feels. You wanna know that it doesn't hurt me. You wanna hear about the deal and make it yours. You and me. I only could. I make a deal with God. I'd get him to swap our places. Be running up that road. Be running up that hill. Be running up that building. Said if I only could. Alright, let's see. I guess I can fish. Don't wanna hurt me. See how deep the bullet lies. Run away, bearing me was thunder. There is thunder in our hearts. There's so much heat for the ones we love. Tell me they both matter, don't we? Ooh. You and me. You and me won't be unhappy. And if I only could, I'd make a deal with God. And I'd get him to swap our places. Be running up that road. Be running up that hill. Be running up that building. Say if I only could. Oh. Ooh. I see. Rooting through your trash. Can't stop me. You and me. You and me won't be unhappy. Come on, baby. Come on, darling. Let me seal this moment from you now. Come on, angel. Come on, darling. Let's exchange the experience. Oh. Damn. No luck. Oh, I didn't even get any batteries when it rained. Make a deal with God. I get him to swap our places. Be running up that road. Be running up that hill. No problems. Make a deal with God. Alright. Need to get this fucking tree out of the way. Getting on my nerves. All of these trees gotta go. They are getting on my nerves. Be gone, trees. Alright. The trees are on my nerves. They gotta go. I can't keep putting up with these trees. Look, sometimes deforestation is a necessary evil. Especially when it's all these trees on my farm getting in my way. Like, why are these trees so close to each other? Who decided that was a good idea? What did you do to become the necessary evil? Also, some of these trees are like dead as hell, so... we gotta cut loose. Y'all know the vibe. All of Idaho? What did Idaho do? Oh yeah, I don't think I bought heaters. God fucking damn it, go away. I may have bought heaters, I don't quite recall. I had a friend go there and they called him mean things. Well, you're the one who sent them. Do you think your friend deserved to be called mean things? And be honest. Alright, we're back to having a lot of wood again. Thank the gods. Do 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 do. Night, little ones. You know how Daenerys is mother of dragons? Can I be mother of chickens? Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Sometimes I want to be the mother of chickens. Oh. Popping my fucking arms and legs. Oh, that was a good stretch, though. Mm-mm, 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 mm. Alright, what are you gonna teach me? Glazed yams. Ooh, I'll glaze your yams, baby. Sometimes you have to flirt with yourself. Don't judge me. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. If you aren't flirting with yourself, what are you flirting with? Alright. Water my sunflowers. Bum 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 bum. I spill wine all on my white tee. Bitches like me. I'm out of water. Of fucking course I am. Oh boy. Ugh. I wonder if my sleep deprivation is why my voice is so much deeper than it used to be. Random statement, but I'm genuinely curious about it. What do I have? Fucking what do I have? Not much. Lives on 8, cat bitches 7, witches from the 6. Trying to find me, trying to fly out for some dick. Would y'all fly out for dick? Like, would y'all fly to a different country with the expectation of getting dick? I just ask. I'm genuinely curious. Because personally, I don't think I would. I don't think I've ever wanted dick that bad. Like, maybe for like a fictional character. But just for like a normal man? I don't think so. No offense to just normal human men, but it would be a bit extreme unless it's gonna be my forever. Pretty much, yeah. But even then, you'd be flying out to me. I don't know if I want to fly out to you. Unless, like, you happen to live somewhere that has, like, really cool scenery. Or, like, a really cool zoo, maybe. Sorry, I'm such a fucking nerd. I'd only fly out to you if you had a cool zoo nearby. Sorry. I'm such a fucking nerd. Okay, bet. Wait, let's go put all this stuff back away. Oh boy. You'd fly out for pussy? You think so? Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate and the posture check. North Carolina is fucking pretty. God, yeah, you have flown out for pussy, haven't you? I'm so sorry, Kula. Oh, yay, a stretch. Thank you. Ugh, I just did one, but I'm more than happy to do a second. Done losing my mind. That the city is blind. I'm a kissless virgin. Aw, not for long. Get over here. Get over here. You won't be for long. Come here. Slide in. Oh, what do I want? I don't think I need an artichoke. I'm saving myself for marriage or gore. Oh my god. I'm saving myself for marriage or your husband, whichever comes first. Menace, sir. I mean, in my defense, or in Gore's defense, he's not proposed, so... Husband by name only. The court does not see us as a married pair. I'm trotting. I'm trotting. Elliot! Elliot! Darling, let me put my lips to something. Let me wrap my teeth around the world. Oh, we're almost there, babies. Wanna see how the dinner cooking. Wanna feel the edges start to burn. This man is so horny for a man that has said that he struggles with relationships and making them last. And on. He writes so many songs about how much he loves women, and I'm like, do you? Ah, shit, I need one more. Okay. No, not you. I don't know. I don't see you out here writing any music, actually. Hosier. Are we talking about how much we love women? Always. Forever and always. I need to go to 21, I think, actually. Yeah. God, do I love being right. My favorite kind of woman is the kind that be womanin'. Same. Relatable. But no, I was talking about the fact that Hosier sings a lot about how much he loves women for a man that can't stay in a relationship. And talks about the fact that that's a struggle for him. It's just funny to me, that's all. I want a wife so damn bad. Yeah, girlfriend's a good first step. But then wife comes not very long after that, if you're insane. Oh my god! Dead boy! Hello! How are you? Hi Raiders! Hello! I hope you're all having a great day. What were you playing? What were you streaming? Gore, can I get a shout out, please? Please and thank you. If not, I can do it. Yeah, I think that's true. I think he can't stay in a relationship because he is, a romantic at heart. Deed Raid! Hello! I'll never find myself a U-Haul lesbian. Oh my fucking god. Okay, hold on. Let me... I was doing some rigging. Awesome! Hold on, let me shout you out. What do you mean unrecognized command? Don't do this to me. Hold on, my commands are all weird. Okay, there we go. Oh my fucking god! But hello! Oh my god, we hit the follower goal. That's fucking insane. Hold on, I need to adjust that. I need to adjust the sub goal, actually. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and adjust that real quick. Let's do 35. Or no, we'll do 40. 40's good. But also, hello! Hi, Raiders! Oh god, sorry, I'm just... Sorry, didn't mean to be mad at y'all. But also, Linwood Gerhardt and Josh Uzu, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a great day. Hello, Raiders. I hope you had a great time at Deem's stream. Deem, I hope rigging was great for you. My name is Tragedy. Everybody just calls me Peach. Thank you so much for the compliment on my model. I really appreciate it. Respectfully, nice titties. Respectfully, thank you very much. But hello, my name is Tragedy. Everybody just calls me Peach. I'm a cyberpunk dog girl VTuber who's actually in the middle of a 2.0, not rebrand, but like new outfit, new style. It is an honor to meet you. Deem, go grab yourself some food, some water, some meds, whatever you need. Take a rest if you need to. I totally understand. I don't take it personally. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it, and I hope you had a really good time on your stream. I hope you had a good time rigging. Soulbane Suichiji, yeah, and Althea Night Raven. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome to the Dogbound. I hope you guys are having a great day. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna take off my jacket though, because it's fucking hot. We're just playing some Stardew Valley today. I primarily play Soulsborne games. We were playing Hades 2 earlier, but I kind of just needed a break. We're having a mental health day. So sometimes on your mental health days, you just need little breaks, you know? Nothing crazy. Oh, thank you so much. I'm actually, fun fact, I'm actually playing a Spotify playlist that I made for my model. It's based off of her and her lore. So I'm glad to hear that you enjoy it. I worked very hard on it. Oh, what do I need? Also, if at any point in time y'all want to know what song I'm listening to, you can type in !song name, and the song name will show up. I'm gonna go eat dinner and watch Midsummer. Have a good time. Midsummer's such a great movie. I actually need to sit down and watch it again because it's just who I am. But have a good time. Thank you for leaving stream open. I really do appreciate it. I'm disgusted. I'm busted. What the fuck did I just put in my nose? I'm bugging him. I'm trying to process what I need, so I'm very sorry if I'm just like, if it looks like I'm glaring at you. I promise I'm not. I'm just trying to process my thoughts. We're dealing with a bit of pretty bad brain fog today, so I promise I'm not glaring at you. I'm glaring at everything else. Oh, thank you so much for the pets. I really appreciate it. I'm just not going to the right place. Yeah, so if at any point you're curious to know what song's playing, just type !song name, no spaces, no caps, just straight across the board, and it will pop up for you. Yeah, it's a fun little lore, it's a fun way to get lore. A VTuber lore playlist is the coolest thing. I actually have 2 lore playlists. This is the lore playlist for the model you're currently looking at. But my new model is actually going to be a, it's this model, but when she was much, much older. Her original form, her original goddess form, before she decided to adapt and blend in with society. That playlist does not slap as hard as this one, that is true. But I do have a playlist for her integrating into society, which is what my new outfit is gonna be. It's very fun. Let's see. Where do I need to go? Not the Levi, what? I'm a bad boy. I'ma hurt you. I need a therapist and a perk too. Let's see, cockle. Turn into an asshole. Want to show them the fit? Hell yeah, hold on. I will actually show off my fit. Yeah, because Gore brought it up. Where is she? I know she's here. Boom! That's the fit. Take a gander. That's the new fit that is currently in the works. My model is currently in the sketching phase. So hopefully we will have updates here to share with everybody soon. But for now, there she is. It is a design that I have been working very hard on and I am very, very, very proud of. So I really hope everybody loves it as much as I do. That's quite a nice design. Aw, thank you so much, Wolf. I really appreciate it. I'm leaving it up for a couple more seconds while I just do late night gatherings. Y'all don't need to see my last gathers of the night. But I'm very excited for it. It takes a bunch of aspects of me that I've always loved, and it's in an effort to make this model more like me. Not that it's not like me currently, but it's to make it more like me and the way I saw myself as a kid, I think. I don't know. I'm just very excited for it, nonetheless. So I hope everybody enjoys it as much as I do. I need to set up some more. There we go. That's very nice. All right. Let me put my character to bed and I'll take it down. It's easier to do when I can click on enough. I also have future outfits on the way, but those are long. Those are a long way down the line. Probably next year I'll start working on these. But like I said, those are a long way down the line, so I've got plans for many a year. Fast and Furious! Oh, we've looped. Our music has looped. Which is alright. We're just holding on to the best of the best. Everything else can go. Morning, pups. Alright. One moment, I'm gonna just turn on my normal playlist. Alright, there we go. Gotta turn on my normal playlist now that we have gone through my tragedy playlist fully. Oof. I have been slowly munching on my dinner over the last 3 hours. Like, very slowly. I'd like take a single bite of it like every couple minutes. I like the theme. Thank you so much! I am very excited for the future of streams, honestly. I've got a lot of plans. The 2.0, I will say, is the biggest thing I'm doing. I think all those other outfits will end up having the same layout that I'm currently using. But my 2.0 is getting an all-new layout, it's getting all new emotes, it's getting, like, all new background music. Because I do have custom background music that I'm not currently using because I'm using my own Spotify playlist. But I do have my own custom background music for this model. I will be getting all new custom background music. I'm working on a lore video. Like I'm going big and going home on this one because I realized like I don't think I've ever had a massive debut. I've had 2 models and both of my debuts have been pretty tame. Which is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with having a small debut. But I wanted to switch it up a little bit because I've never had the funds or the ability to have a massive debut before. So I was like, why not mix it up? Try something new, you know? I've always wanted to do a big debut. I've just, like I said, never had the funds for it, so... Now that I do, I will indulge a little bit, I think. I think is a good way to word it. Alright, let's see. Thank you so much! I also hope it all goes amazing, because I am stressed. I have stressed myself into sickness about it many a times. Oh, Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I don't know if you're a fellow dog, but your name sounds like a bark, so I'm assuming you are. I'm your dad. Ooh, wait. Oh, you are? Okay, cool, cool, cool. I didn't want to, like, assume, but also, like, your name sounds like you are, so... Okay, let's see, what do I need? I'm trying to think of, like, what I need in this game. I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe. It kind of gives it away. Yeah, but I like that. Call me daddy. This song is so feral. All right, fucking sports. Damn. All right, guess we're going. I guess I know where we're going today. Oh no, we can't because I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe. Ooh, don't drop the bomb on him. Oh my god. Yeah, welcome to the dog pound, everyone. You are all welcome here, forever and always. I am the local— No! Oh my god. I am the local mom of the dog pound. The funniest thing to call myself is the mom of the dog pound. Do dog pounds usually have a mom? It was Clay. I always need Clay, so that kind of broke my heart a little bit. I was trying to say the local dog pound, but my heart fell through my ass when that Clay jumped into the river. Elliot, my love. Alright, I don't have any gifts for him today, unfortunately. Y'all are making fun of me. You're making fun of me. You're making fun of me. Oh, so funny. I just took my pants off, I think. Hold on, let me put my pants back on. Sorry. My model has an option to take my pants off. It's problematic sometimes. And sometimes I take my pants off before I mean to. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know, it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. No, it's not the same as it was. Yeah, sometimes your pants just fly off on accident, and you really don't mean for it to happen, but it does, and what are you supposed to do about it? You can't control your own pants. Putting my bombs in here. I don't know why I'm putting my bombs in there, but I am. Alright. Oh, in this world. Yeah, sometimes you just walk into your own house and your pants fly off and you're comfortable. Exactly. See, you get it. I need a mill. I need 4 cloth for a mill. Shit. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, I need 20 gold. Fuck. Shit. Okay. Let's work on... I guess we'll work on the big barn first. That's 550 wood, 300 stone, which I'm pretty sure I have, and then 1200 gold. You know, it's not the same. Fuck it, my pants! Oh, I need more stone for sure. Okay, well, fuck. Ah, shit, my pants. I know, buddy, but keep your pants on. Look, I do have very complex pants. Look, I do. I have got— hold on, I'll just show y'all. Oh, shit. Oh, touching my model broke it. Oh. Okay, touching my model. See, I took my pants off. Now they're back on. But I have the option to take them off. I can take off my jacket too. Anyways, I'm gonna put everything back on and just leave my model alone because it's breaking everything for some reason. I don't know why it's breaking it. Oh, where'd I go? God? God? Where am I? 1 second. I don't know where I went. God? God? Where am I? Bring me back, God. Please? Please bring me back. Check behind the trees. Alright, I mean, I'm looking. Oh, there I am. Alright, we're back. Alright, we're back. We're good. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I fucking vanished into the trees. Move slow. That scared me. I'm alive. Wow! Immediately ready to throw my funeral, I see. There's no love for me in this house. Not a single ounce of love for me in this house. It's the leaving that's hard. And running away is easy. Alright. Running away is easy. It's the leaving that's hard. But loving you was easy. Alright, we gotta get hay. Winter is almost upon us. We must gather hay. Winter is almost upon us, brethren. We must gather hay. I cannot believe how fast Gore was ready to fucking give me a eulogy. Are you so for real? There's not an ounce of love for me on this stream. It's my stream! And y'all are ready for me to die. Y'all are just ready for me to drop dead. Time moves slow. Alright, we are fucking haying it up. I forgot I have 2 silos though. So that makes sense. You gotta be prepared for my eventual doom? What do y'all have plotting for me? Running away is easy. It's your living that's hard. And running away is easy. Yeah, I would rather not die either, Wolf. But do you hear this? They're prepared. Oh my god. Alright, I think we're fully loaded up on hay. Which is good, because we've got so fucking much of it. Alright. Years of streams being held together by duct tape. I do my best. Alright. I do my absolute best with what I have at my disposal. How dare ye? You want Ducky to take over? She won't stream more often than I do. And I stream every day. Ducky would never give you that. I can't believe this. She wouldn't your memory. I don't think so. I absolutely do not believe that Ducky would stream every day on my channel in my memory. Jesus! Y'all are just planning my funeral right now! What are y'all gonna dress me in at least? Tell me I'm not gonna be in that casket butt-ass booty naked. If nothing else. If nothing else, don't put me in that casket butt-ass booty naked. What do you mean I mean? What plans do you have for me? I'm scared. I'm so frightened. My model is lagging like hell, and I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I'm frightened. Do I need to upgrade the RAM? No, I think I just need to start my model first. But because I just had to close VTube Studio and reopen it to get my model back, it's probably all fuckied. It's fine. If it's just for today, it's fine. Model's probably researching life insurance. She sure is. She's like, It does, though. It's a VTube Studio thing. It's not a RAM thing. Unfortunately. I've seen other streamers complain about it with VTube Studio too, so. Me, piano chord. So yeah, I think it's just a VTube Studio thing. It's fine. I'm probably gonna wrap it up here soon. This is probably gonna be my last day on Stardew Valley. Sorry, the way I worded that made it sound like I really was about to die. I was gonna be like, this is probably my last day alive. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, nope, we're good. There we go. Look, even if I am gonna die, I'm not dead yet. Can I have your cows? No! Those are mine! Oh my god. Can I have your husband? No! I've been telling you no! You cannot have my husband! Was just trying to be like you. I'm just supposed to do. Look, all I have to say is whoever gets my husband after my death also has to take my daughter, so... Have your dowry? What the fuck? Do I have one of those? Fucking if I have one of those, I need it. More than you do. Oh yeah, we finished season 1 of Bridgerton, by the way, while I was not feeling good. That show's fucking crazy. Shit was fucking bonkers. Ask my dad? I don't know. I don't know that man. I will do absolutely no such thing. I do not know that man. Gore, are you trying to get me kidnapped by a stranger? Do Hello chickens, hello ducks, hello one dino. Yes, hello Leonard. I have experience with kids. What kind of experience do you have with children? Do you think your stepdad would laugh if I texted him and asked if he, if you had a dowry? Probably. He'd probably text me. You text him that, and then he'd text me and would be like, what the fuck is your man on about? I'd be like, I don't know. Sorry about it, man. I have 5 nephews and 2 nieces. The oldest is 18. Youngest is 2. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. I feel like Kula's really trying to make his case as to why he should be allowed to marry my husband. After I die. After my, I suppose, inevitable death. I can cook. That's all Gore requires, honestly. Alright, let's think. What do I need to do today? Uh-oh, Spotify. Oh god, my model! Okay, so it's my model and Spotify together. Oh god. Okay, okay, okay. Wait. What is happening? What is happening? It's Spotify! Spotify, are you fucking malware? I think Spotify is malware. I'm scared. It's Spotify. Wild. Spotify does that a lot. Like, Jesus. Why is it trying to take out my model? Like, why is it trying to murder my model? Just take your time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Sam. What do you like? I'm gonna kill you, Sam. Why don't you like anything normal? Just relaunch? There's no need. This is my last Stardew Valley day, so. Hello. I love you. Have a good day. Alright. What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Oh. I need you to know my PC's not even hot. This is not my PC. This is fucking fucking Spotify. If you like that. I shouldn't have touched my model. Oh god, I shouldn't have touched my model. Ooh. Aw. Where the fuck is the mayor? Willie... Okay. Let me in. Are you at 2 hearts yet? Fuck. Fuck the big 3. It's just big meat. Boom. Alright, Crafts room. Fish. Okay, need apples. Rabbit's foot. God, I just need one more for each one of those. That's ridiculous. If you like that. Man, Gore's fucking it up over there. You having fun? I always have to ask. Like earlier, I was having a very serious conversation with chat. And Gore's over there just dancing in the corner. It's very funny. If you like that. If you like that. You get to jam and vibe, that's true. You don't really have a whole lot of work to do on Stardew streams. Is it bad that I just want to play Elden Ring again? Like, I know I've already beat it, but I just want to play more. And the DLC doesn't come out for another 6 weeks. Alright, God. Beautiful sunny day tomorrow. Ooh, the spirits are happy today. Alright. I don't really want another ending though. Like, I'm really happy with the ending that I got. Oh, I can make one of those. 4 copper, 1 coal. Those are sprinklers. I've been running around. I don't like the Frenzied Flame ending though. It makes me sad. I don't know if that's normal, but it makes me sad. Alright, let's see. Boop. And boop. There we go. Get the stinky poop ending then? What? The what? God, my model is fighting for its fucking life. Poor thing. The hell do you mean the stinky poop ending? I've got questions. There's a plague ending? Oh, okay, okay. I thought you meant like a literal poop ending, and I was like, Okay, we're gonna take a load off early. Anything. Anything. The plague is basically stinky poop particles. Gross. My copper pickaxe. My pickaxe. Fucking kill me. Alright. Oh, my model is freed. Oh god. My model is freed. Holy shit, that was terrifying. We're home. We're safe. Oh, Jesus. We're back. Oh, this feels nice. Alright. I'm gonna stream something special for Mother's Day tomorrow. I just am not 100% sure what yet. Because, I haven't quite found it yet. But when I do, we're gonna stream that tomorrow for Mother's Day. I'm looking to find somebody to raid. Bring back Milk Monday. Tomorrow's not Monday, baby. I hate to break it to you. Tomorrow's Sunday. Let's find a banger to end frame on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do Silk Sonic. Okay. Okay, so I think we're gonna raid my friend Eve. Eve is fantastic, very funny. Well, actually, they are on BRB. So maybe I'll just fight them to the death. Every day is Milk Monday if you're brave enough. It's so fucking true, actually. Okay, let me see. Fuck Eve. I love Eve, but like, bro. Like, bro, how are you? No, I'm not gonna say that. I wanted to be nice. Okay, we're gonna raid Kiwi again. Kiwi is playing Pokemon Rogue. I want y'all to be nice, be kind. Don't make me come get you. You hear me? Don't make me come get you. And I'll see y'all tomorrow, okay? I love you. Be good. Have a good evening. It was nice to meet you, Wolf. Bye-bye. So tight. Unless you like.